Hmm. Wow. I made it. I made it. I'm just like raw dogging this as I like start the stream without any like starting screen. Hello everyone, it's another day, another stream with me, Munii Shoda, and I'm still sick. I'm still sick. But it's okay. We are not we are trucking along. But the entire week I was not streaming. I was like, I miss streaming. I want to go back to streaming. Why am I sick? Sorry. I'll try to keep some of the coughs to a minimum, obviously. I don't think you guys are gonna care. Like too terribly much. And like all that jazz. I know there's like gonna be like clanking like this in the background where I'm just like hitting save. I made a beautiful thumbnail. Apparently this didn't save, so I need to change that too. Okay. But yeah, we're back to playing No Kuni. To be honest, I have not tested to make sure if this is working. How's the oh god, the volume. It's still a little too loud for me personally. Maybe I'll lower that. Let's lower the volume. Oh god, like I don't know, like I'm okay with escape. Gosh, it's very loud still, and I have like things that like it's like the more like blah 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 blah. I feel like 10% now. Let's see if my continue still works. Okay, yes it does. How does it sound for you guys? Is it like too loud? Is it like peaking for you guys? I don't think so, right? Like it's very quiet, but I might lower it just a little bit because it's very powerful music, which is both great and like a lot sometimes. No, that seems a little too low now. Okay, let's see this. Okay, we'll go with that. But yes, anyways, we are back to streaming No Kuni. If you don't know what No Kuni is a oh gosh, why can't I click off certain things now? There we go. Let me move it. Okay. Hello. Everything good? Okay. Okay, I guess this is just how we're gonna play it. hello. Let me just move this over here. Oh my goodness, will the game not play now? The game. Why? Okay. Let me just close the window. I'm gonna restart the game. No, let me restart the game! Technical problems. Confirm. Stay. Stopping the game. There we go. Okay. Let's try this one more time. I'm like... Okay. That's great. Level 5. Fantastic. Okay. Come on, game. You can do it. Hello, Tata. I'm just a cat passing through. Soon I will be on my way. I wish you all the best from Tata, the white cat. May your drama be a great success. Thank you, Tata, for dropping by. Sorry, I'm sorry for your name. It's, you're from Germany? Come on. Yes, come on, game. I can't read that, but thank you, question mark? Let's see. Anyways, No Kuni, if you don't know, it is a It is a art JRPG where it is about magic and trying to save your mom from and because she you're just trying to save your mom. That's the end of the story. You bad? I'm sick. We're also suffering from, what is it? We're suffering from being underleveled. Yes, in Russia? Oh. I am from Maple Land, so I am, you think I know French, but I don't. I'm starving, but I'm at a critical juncture of my work. I shall control my appetite until my research is done. This fella's got more... This fella's got more than his fair share of restraint. It'll throw him a bit barney. You can spare a bit of your heart, could you? Before you go and collapse in a heap. A piece of my heart is saying, well, I suppose to. So, you do know what you're doing, don't you? Sure do. Now, if you could just hold still for a second. Hey, hold, but, hang about it, Ollie boy. You already got some of them in your locket, ain't it? You can hold it all to yourself. Go share bits before you got to know someone in the first, in need first. That's a good lad. What's this game called? No Kuni. It is a magical, phantasmical JRPG where you use summons to fight your battles for you. As you can probably tell from the art style, it looks a little familiar, especially if you're a fan of Ghibli movies. And there's good reason for it, too. The animation studio behind many of Ghibli's works, in fact, worked on the design for this game as well as the music and a lot of things. It is not a Ghibli game, though. It is a level 5 game, which are best known for games like Dark Cloud and Yokai Watch. I do remember I had a friend say that Yokai Watch essentially saved level 5 because they weren't doing very well, unfortunately. But with the success of Yokai Watch, they were able to produce much more games. But here's a perfect example of the Ghibli animation art style. Wow. I wonder who's under that mask. Swain, you can be such a pain. Where did you run off to? I had some business to take care of, and a little bird told me something that just might interest you. You mean? Yep, it's about the great sage you're so eager to find. I did? Well then, come on then. Where is he? Don't keep us in suspense, man. Well, that's the thing. He's in the palace. The palace? You see, everyone here is forced to wear a pig mask. Well, they say there's a fellow who goes around without one. Apparently, he calls himself the prince's servant. And there's more. They say he's a young chap with long hair and fine features. Wait, that sounds like the boy in the picture we got from the Caliphilia. Califia? Got in one. Goodness, and there I was thinking you were completely useless. That's not harsh. Don't mince her words, does she? But how did you find out about this, Swain? Oh, I was just something I overheard while I was wandering through the black market. The black market? You certainly seem to know your way around the city, Swain. Me? No. Never been here in my life. I have a good nose for elites, is all. You don't get the face like this unless you lived a little. Let's just say I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
So he serves the prince, huh? Then he must be a really important. That parade was something else.
No, talking about the Porky Prince fella. The thing is... Fucking heck! What's all that racket? I almost jumped into my fairy suit, man!
What's going on?
Oh man, I would never be able to, like, hear this. Passerbys from making eye contact. Why can't people make eye contact? Flippin' eye contact? What kind of law is that?
Never heard anything like that. Never heard anything like that. Just what is going on here?
That's insane. How could he? Wait, you want to find the Great Sage, don't you? Well, hurry up and head to the palace.
You're not. You're right. Let's go. Hey, Yoru.
Does this game look? Can you stop making videos? That's kind of difficult.
You can't just ask someone to stop making videos when they're doing stuff.
Most people, when they don't like videos, they just click the off the video. Moga. I'm just skipping through some of these ones because, like, it's not that I don't want to. Some of it's like kind of tedious and not that important. Someone to help me. Oh, flower. Okay. Accepting all the small quests. I really do need to really grind this character, grind my level up. Oh, Lucian, welcome in. I don't know. Do we have courage? Yeah, we do. Hell yeah. Let's see. I'll do one thing real quick. He's not making voices. No. That's part of the charm of this channel. Let's see, though. What I can do is this, though. I can put them in a timeout. Sorry, that's what I had to do. How have I been? I've been good. I'm still sick. You can probably hear it from my voice. I'm still recovering from my con flu. Are you very courageous, man? Or I could take his enthusiasm, okay. I had a very good time. Again, like, I kind of talked about it lightly during Infinity Nikki. I had a good time at CarrierCon over Okay, well, I can't say I had a like an amazing time at Carrier Con, mostly because like when you're working at convention, it's a very different experience than just attending a convention. For the most part, I did. Um, it was an interesting experience. I don't want to say that I definitively like, oh my god, I'm gonna work a convention again after this because like, um, I'm not sure I would at this moment of time. I think that it did take a lot out of me to work the convention. I do think that the staff of V Fleet were fantastic. I really enjoyed working with them. But there are a lot of things I would have changed and been more prepared about certain things. So that's because I'm very nitpicky about certain things. I let them take the reins on a lot of it, and try to help out where I can and address certain weaknesses that I did notice. Of course, like, I think for a lot of it, I didn't want to like impose too much considering the fact that I'm one of the newer staff members, so I didn't feel it was it was my right to enforce what I would have done. But you know, the team did the best with what they were given. Um, and as long as most of the talents were generally happy, that's all I can really ask for, to be honest, right? Mm. You lot travelers, I take it.
That's right, sir. We come to Hamelin to meet one of the great sages, and we think he's inside the palace.
Is that so? And I suppose you'd like me to get you in so you can have a look at him, am I right? Ha! A great sage indeed. Good one, boy.
Huh?
You're obviously not listening to the emergency decree. No one's been allowed anywhere near the palace for years. These travelers, they never seem to have a clue, do they?
Excuse me. At least we have some manners.
I do apologize for my friend. She's merely unaware of the decree you mentioned, and is regrettably quick to anger. We beg your pardon.
Wayne, what on earth are you?
Shh, I've got an idea.
Idea? What is it then? Got a way in to get us into the palace, have you?
Yes, and it's very simple. We wear disguises.
Disguises? Keep your voices down, man.
Haven't you noticed? The guards' faces can't be seen under the armor they're wearing.
You're saying we're gonna have to wear those awful pig suits? But where would we get them, Swain? We're not going to have to steal it, are we? Pipe down, man. Seriously.
All right, everyone. Just stay calm. I told you about the black market they have here in Hamelin, right? Well, they'll definitely have some pig armor for us there. We just have to go and get it.
Really? Look, it's got all the answers, eh? I don't see why you can always be this useful.
But how was everyone else? How was everyone for the past 2 weeks? Of course, again, I will say this, and I'll keep saying this. I'm very sorry for not streaming last week almost at all, mostly because, like, I didn't expect to get that sick. Are you very courageous? Restraint. No. Apparently there's gonna be a lot of people who are struggling with restraint here, I guess. But, you know, I've also been sick. That's so unfortunate. I hate being sick, mostly because, like, well, who enjoys being sick? Except, like even when you're, like, a kid, staying home from school, like, it's not fun. Because, you're feeling terrible and gross and everything. It's kind of also doesn't help the fact that I'm currently, as you can all tell, my layout is a lot different. I'm currently traveling, for anybody that is unaware, and why I'm up so early too. Because usually I would start stream 2 hours from now, right? But let's see. You sneak up on anything behind. Yeah, progress in the 7 Seas. E. Um, take these. Bounty. You have nobody's claim. Oh, look at all these quests I have to take. But anyways, yeah, so I'm currently traveling, so I'm away from my PC. I'm using a laptop now, so it does mean it does limit me to certain things. Maybe certain quality, is also going to be played, for the playback. It's okay, like, you know, at the end of the day. The main thing is that I am kind of trying to get back to a schedule of some sort for the next couple of weeks, and then, I will be heading back to Maple Land, around... I want to say, like, the end of... around, like... I should be back around May. Yeah. Yeah. If all goes according to Keikaku. So we're also kind of, like, figuring out, a little bit of the structure of everything, of course, because, well, for lack of better words, like, well, things are just in a different, style, because I will be completely honest, I was being super prepared. I was just like, I'm gonna have everything on my, I'm gonna have everything on my, I was gonna have everything on my hard drive. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to stream and have all my things ready. And then I packed it. I went to bed before my flight. And then what ends up happening was, sorry, caught something in my throat a little bit. And then all of a sudden, what ended up happening was that what was it? I'm losing my train of thought. What ended up happening was how come I can't see that? Oh, you know what? Don't worry about it. You're not gonna worry about that comment. I don't know where that is for some reason. Maybe you, it's interesting what is caught and what isn't caught in the algorithm, or what is, like, kind of like, because I'm like, can I really do certain things? Interesting. Interesting, that's gonna pop up on here, but not over there. Hello, Munii Shoda. Hello, Matcha. Anyways, what I was saying... But I'll continue to say. I've been a while since I watched. I mean, it's been a while since I streamed, honestly. Yeah, so I'm traveling currently, and then what ended up happening was this. Like, I was like, I'm so prepared. I have all my things ready. I have, like, all my thumbnails, all the stuff I need for, like, to do my regular streams. I'm good. And then I went to sleep, got to the airport, and I turned to Bard, and I'm like, I forgot my hard drive. So I'm very lucky that I still have some files on this laptop in particular, but it's very annoying. Powder elkhorn, fresh black truffles. There's nothing old Eyeball ain't able to get. Well, it'll be today. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Oh, have I met you somewhere before? No, nothing. Let's get down to business. I need some grunt armor. 4 suits. Can you help me out? Blimey, grunt armor? I don't have no gear like that, sir. But if I did, what would you need it for? You don't need to worry about that. Let's just say the place we need to go has what you may call a strict dress code. Is that fact? Well, even if I was in the armor business, not like I am, gear like that ain't easy to get a hold of. You'll just have to look elsewhere, sir. I see. Well, I hoped I wouldn't have to mention this, but I know about Grace. I know you love her, and I know you're trying to hide her. Don't say another word. Where'd you hear that name? You know how it goes. It's been long enough in the gutter, and you're bound to pick up some dirt. All right, I'll get you your armor. Get it for you right away. Just wait a moment.
Huh? Did you... What was that a threat?
Maybe, but in the end justifies the mean, right? We need that armor.
It's terrible. This isn't right. We can't take advantage of people like this.
Yes, you're right. I did a terrible thing. You're right, I'm sorry. There, I apologize. Stop looking at me like that. It won't happen again, alright?
You promise?
Well, I'll promise to try my best.
Huh. Can't we make a simple promise? What kind of man are you?
Here's your armor. Hard to keep you waiting. Are you gonna put it on straight away? Yeah, if you don't mind, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Abel.
Now look, I don't know what you're up to, but be careful, alright? Oh, and nice one, by the way.
What?
Your friend, I take my hat off to him. Only a real bro could have worked out my little secret. Funny, really? Before I mentioned it, I had him down as a real joker, but he obviously knows what he's doing, eh?
So, it wasn't a threat? Wait, look.
Come on, let's get changed.
Look, Swain. Sorry about what I said about before.
It's fine. It's fine. Now, how does your armor feel?
I guess mine's a little big. Mine too. I bet it to look huge.
No, you look like you usually do.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Come on, you guys. Let's stop fighting and head for the palace. You're bright, Oliver. Let's go find the great stage. Blimey, Mr. Swain has gone right out rapport. But that was right material. They'd go far as a stand-up circuit.
But yes, forgotten hard drive pains. There's that much data on that hard drive needed? It kind of was. I was going to use it for editing projects. I was also going to use it for other things as well. Like, a lot of my assets were on the hard drive. So right now I'm working on kind of like a very bare bones kind of like aesthetic right now. I don't have a lot of the stuff that would usually pop up on my screen, so I might have to like actually remove a lot of my redeems for the month actually. Because I just don't have access to a lot of them and the controls. So I do apologize for anybody that wants to redeem anything. I'm not going to be paying attention too much to redeems this month. I should have taken it off before I started stream, honestly. But that was a past Munii job that she was supposed to do. Damn, look at these weapons. So strong. I seal your coffee. But yeah, like overall though, in terms of like everything, in terms of like style of everything, we can see if we can finish like certain games within this month. I do know that there are quite a few plans to try to catch up with some friends over near Cappy Town while I'm here, but it shouldn't disrupt the stream schedule as much, other than it might be a bit earlier than usual. I know for some people it means that like because I'm starting the stream a lot earlier, they can watch a lot more of it because it's not as late anymore. But for other people, it's starting so early that they might not catch until a little bit later, which is completely okay as well. Hey, what are you lot doing out here? Sir, we've been sent out to fetch something, sir. Did we send someone out?
Oh, Knickers, they made a pouch out of it already.
Oh, you went to pick up the prince's weekly supply, did you? He never gets tired of those things. All right, for some, eh? You ever tried one?
Oh my goodness. Just say no, Swain.
Yes, sir. Just one. Just one, sir. Rock truffles are the bit of the expensive side, sir. You're not wrong there. You need to be a prince to afford that habit. Well then, you better hurry and deliver them. In you go. Wow, so easy. And I like how no one's noticing there's just, like, helmet.
Nito, we're in.
This is the worst security ever.
You really know your stuff, Swain. Did you used to work here or something?
No, nothing like that. Why are you so interested in my past anyway?
I'm not the least bit interested in your past. I'm just making conversation. Yeah, I told him.
Now listen, we've done well to get this far, but the guards find us now, we're in big trouble.
Don't do yourself in, man. From what I've seen, you can just sweet talk us past anyone.
Don't think my silver tongue's going to get us any further. From here on in, they'll attack first, and ask questions later.
What? So we just give up, do we? No, we can't give up. We made it this far. We have to keep going. Let's just make sure we don't get caught.
Alright, Oliver, but listen, if a guard spots you, just start running as fast as you can.
Ain't much of a plan, but it'll do for me.
Make your way without getting spotted. I think all of it we need to. Otherwise, the pokers. First, we notice. Press R1 and they get the old map looking at W where the guards are. The house is probably bigger, so you. Okay, so just hide. I'm guessing we hide here. Oh shit! Oh, that scared me! Okay, I guess we try again. I think I had the right idea. I need to wait for him to walk further. I thought I could get pretty close, but I guess not. I need to wait for them to stop at the end. The gates are firmly shut. I guess we do run this way. Oh, okay, as long as we're not that close to them, okay. because apparently this is the way to hide in this game. Mm. Hehehe.
Oh, crap. Oh, knickers. It's a dead end. Hey, look. But the hitman, stop shouting. But look, it's a manhole.
Sorry, I ate something, so my mom can't talk as well.
What do you mean it's a manhole? Hole in the floor is as much as use as this blinking.
Wait, if we go in here, they will come out somewhere around there. Well, it's worth a try, isn't it?
It certainly is.
That looks safe.
Hang on, about. Are you telling me we really have to go down there?
All right, in we go.
Oh, this arm is too big to fit inside. Well, then, let's just take it off. Take it off? You don't have your disguise in a time like this, man. I'm keeping mine on. That ain't the problem for me. Disguise? Trippy, you're just wearing a helmet. Sure, I am. And I'm the only one of us that's got half a chance of not getting caught. I tell you why, shall I?
Don't tell me I learned how to do a Hamlin accent.
No, you snarky so-and-so. It's because the helmet that by here is the best disguise of it all. Every time I hear a guard coming, I just tuck my arms and legs in it. The guards will see a helmet lying on the ground and continue their merry way, blending in with the environment in it. Blending in? Like oak. They blend into their environment too. No, man, it's completely different. Sure. So anyway, it looks like this manhole is our only option, huh?
Unless Drippy can find us some giant helmets to wear. Yes. Let's get down there, shall we? Well, Poco Grosso. I know that's a reference to. Well. Oh god, how do I tell them to? Yeah. No! No! Oh god, what are you playing? I'm playing No Kuni. What do you never heard of that? What do you do in this game? Well, you try to survive apparently, like this. It's a JRPG. You can probably tell based on the aesthetic that a lot of it is inspired or has like Studio Ghibli art styles. Take it from me, unless you use magic or one of your familiar tricks. The storm of the storm should be nicely. The foot of lightning. Like I have lightning skills. Healing touch to her, please. Basically, a lot of this game is do I? No, I really don't have it. And then make sure. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I didn't want them to do that. Do I have any? Let me see. Hmm. Trying to think what to do. In touch. Oh God! My childlike body! Honestly, I find myself using my actual little child. Like, I honestly find this is more useful to, like, battle just as the child as opposed to actually going anything else. Oh, why? I feel like I should just, like, you know, actually go grind some more, because honestly, this is not working out the way I hoped it to be. How far do I have to go back? If I do, though, right? How much do I have to go back? I'm just gonna let this take me out, because, like, I just need to... I think the best course of action is just to kind of hard reset. I'm so deeply underleveled. It's not even funny. I mean, that means I have to go through a lot of cutscenes again. This is what I get for trying to rush through, like, the game without, like, actually, like, thinking of the consequences, I guess, right? And also, I should be buying, like, other healing items, not just, not just, like, I don't grind enough to the point where, like, I'm, like, struggling with, the monsters on the map. So, like, I really should be, like, I should take my time with this game. This game does, like, play a lot into, like, old tropes a little. So it shouldn't be that shocking that, like, it does punish you for not leveling up. You are a speedrun by heart, am I? And I'm becoming lazy. I don't think I'm a speedrunner by heart, more so as, as, I prefer to get through the story, right? But this game does punish you for trying to do things, out of, I wouldn't say out of order, but, like, it does punish you for trying to rush through things, I think would be probably the most accurate way of looking at it, right? I don't know, is there any games that you guys really enjoyed that, like, punishes you if you, try to, like, speed through without doing the proper things? And then we're just, Give him more courage. Wow, I've never played this game and realized it already has a remaster apparently. I mean, like, yeah, like this game, I guess you can argue had two remasters. Because it was originally on the DS, but only in JP, right? And then, when they did the remake of that game, but on PlayStation, they simplified it though. So is it really the same game? I guess it's up for debate, right? But then they remastered that. So this is the remaster of the remake of this game. Oh, so it's a DS game era game originally. Yeah, but again, only for Japan, and it, according to what I've been told by like fans of the series, as I've been playing this game, a lot of them commented on the fact that this game had a lot of neat mechanics to it on the DS that were kind of lost, but there was also a lot of quality of life changes to the game that were made. So it's not as I want to say annoying, right? But everyone's going to be a bit different about how they feel about the, I wouldn't say nuances so much as I would say like the, because like this was very much in the era of like, you know, games make you work for the answers, especially for puzzle games, and this did have quite a few puzzles that does require you to go back and forth between like their manual. If not their manual, then like whatever resource they have given you. At least that's what I've been told, right? I am going from the guise of chat doesn't lie to me, so I could be lied to completely. I do think that this world was wonderfully created and illustrated, and is illustrated the right word for it? I want to say like wonderfully designed should probably be the correct term for this. If you love Ghibli, or Ghibli, rather I should be saying, this seems like a great game for a lot of people to want to enjoy, for that matter. And like the world is fantastically designed. I do think that the creatures have a unique enough design to it, which is something that you want in a creature capture game, essentially, right? Like, I do think that with the creature capture genre, there has always been a bit of like a struggle with, well, how original can you make this design, like make a slime look after a while, right? But regardless, I think that, you know, this game tries its best to be unique in its own way in terms of the storytelling. I do think that it was quite successful in the aesthetic. The gameplay is a lot harder than I would have imagined it to be, I would say. Now, I could be because I am just rushing through the game and I'm not actually like grinding like I should. Like in any traditional JRPG, the game will punish you for not doing the thing that it wants you to do at the end of the day, right? Like you should be grinding, you should be working on making your character the strongest that there ever was, right? And for the most part, I've been able to get by in this game without doing that too much. I do know that I have managed to get past certain parts of the game without being punished too much for it. But I am now hit a wall because I did not grind. So we are going to go back to the ship. We are going to quickly, is that really a great word to use? We are going to go around on the ocean and fight some monsters and actually build up maybe even finances, because our finances are kind of really tight as well. So yeah, let's go do that. You might also be able to recruit some new monsters as well. But yeah, we're struggling. We're struggling, chat. I would prefer that if this game was a little bit more... Oh, shit. Why was that such a tough fight? And this is what they're talking about by, like, you should be grinding. Looks like Tales of Ghibli with the combat. Huh? Have any insects for me? Buzz? I don't think... Actually, this game doesn't have that many insects, now that I think about it. It does have some insect monsters. It does look like Tales of Ghibli, though. Yeah, because, again, Ghibli... the most famous part of this game, in my opinion, is the fact that Ghibli did design a lot of these design a lot of the aspects of the games. I'm not sure they designed absolutely everything. I'm not sure if I can give them the credit for everything, but the, majority of it was, I believe, was designed by Ghibli themselves. So that's why if you think like, oh, man, the characters look really, like looks like it has that aesthetic of being part of a Ghibli film, that's the reason why. Yeah. Ah, so close to leveling up. Where are we? Technically, we can go back to, like, some of the places that we have visited before. To make things easier in terms of grinding. I do like the puns that they did come up with for the monsters. I think they're very clever, but I'm also a fan of puns. I know not everyone loves puns. Ooh, a sun drop. Can people... You're a star, you're sun, so... Oh, you don't even have anything. You need to level up to 16. You're already metamorphosized. I have so many moon ones. But we need more star, the blue ones. I also haven't really been giving them treats, honestly. I guess mostly because, like, I'm kind of like, ugh, but like... I guess it's annoying that it's, I don't know. I'm not sure if people ever use these. That's the thing, right? I guess because of like the growth limit, right? Anyways. As we continue on with this. It's kind of weird to see like these little monsters fight, but then like when it's in a boss battle, I don't find them particularly useful. Honestly, I find the humans a lot more useful. I wonder what's over here. What's the combat like anyway? You can switch between fids and monsters freely, but they share the HP. Yeah, they share HP. So the monsters I have share HP with me. And also MP, which is really annoying. So the monster dies, I die. Sorry, I ate something. So it can be really irritating because like you're in the middle of attacking something, and then all of a sudden like you die. Or you're in the middle of an attack animation. This is what happens when you get surprise attack. Oh shit. No, don't make me sleepy. Ah, shit! Ah, shit, no! Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just defeated the monster. It's fine, we'll lose 10% of our money. I got greedy. I got really greedy. But yeah, it's really annoying when you share HP. That's just my perspective. At least it gave me full HP back. So this is like the beginner world, technically. I'm checking to see if I finished absolutely everything in this world. But like, you'll notice that monsters here are extremely weak because this is the first world. And now for completionist points, I could try to like acquire every single monster here. But I'm not sure if it's worth it because I have to grind them like hell, all heck. I'm not gonna gain much HP here, but like it's because I do know that there were some quests I didn't finish, so I'm kind of wanting to go back to get those points. Because I feel like this episode is really going to be like, I can't progress, I just need to grind. No progression, just grind. Which can be really annoying, honestly, I think, but it gives me time to like really yap about stuff, especially, how things are going. Which is pretty good, right? You know, overall, like, I have no real, like, complaints about how, stuff is going on. Like, again, I do feel really bad for taking such a long break. I mean, like, to a certain extent, like, does anybody really, like, genuinely care too much if I have to take, a longer break than... How was the trip? It's still going on. I'm still on my trip, which is why I'm, I mean, it's not the reason... It's the reason why my stream kind of looks like this at the moment. I don't have a starting stream or end stream because, like, all the stuff that I would have had was on my not hard drive, was on my external drive. And I was like, I'm so mad at myself for, like, I was like, I'm so prepared. I'm good. We're gonna have a good stream. Oh, Munii, you're finally, you're doing what being a big girl streamer, you know what I mean? And then I forgot it. Which annoys me to no end because, like, it's like the whole, like, oh, I prepped it all and I didn't even remember. I know, right? So the good thing about this is that I already had my, Live 2D model on this computer. Can you imagine if I didn't have my Live 2D on here? How annoying that would be, and how, like, and, like, how I would probably would have to be streaming with a different model. A backup model. There are some backups I do have, I'm not gonna lie, but, like, it's just irritating when you prepped everything and then you forget last minute. Hello, person. How's that? Come down with you. You come back here. Well, what quest? Some hyperboards have moved into the Golden Groove as making life very difficult for those who live here. Alright, get rid of this mail system. hyperboard. Okay, let's see if I can do those ones. Lolo Mama betrayal. I mean, aren't you about to betray Lolo Mama, or are you, or was your new model by Lolo Mama? I know that Lolo Mama doesn't post on Twitter that much lately, though. Like, no betrayal. No betrayal here. What do you mean no betrayal? What do you mean, like, so you're allowed to betray, but I'm not allowed to betray? I think it is tough when you are are in the market to get like a new model, and like you're like, do I go back to my OG model artist, or do I go find a different artist, right? It's not because you hate your previous artist, Mama. It's just because like maybe you want a different style that they're not really an expert in. I kind of said this on record. I would think it'd be really cool to if I could, I would really want to hire like I can say this and try to be as big as possible. I would really like to have like I kind of would want to my next model Mama be like an Edo artist. I'm not gonna lie, because man, their rendering is like can be like so good. I'm not saying that my model right now isn't nicely rendered. It is very nicely rendered. But I don't know, there's something like, there's a peakness to like some Edo artists that you just appreciate. And granted, maybe it's because I also have thought about like hiring someone else to rig my next model as well. Mostly because like I don't particularly think my rigging is that great. Oh, is on the high end, but there are styles that you can prefer more. Yeah, definitely. I'm still very grateful for the model art that I did receive with Lolo Mama. I think for me, one of the things that maybe leads me to wanting to get to hire a different artist though, or work with a different artist in the future though, is because technically I didn't really design my model myself. Like this is a model that I actually I saw the design of that Lolo Mama had made, and I bought the design, and then I commissioned in order to turn into a live 2D. My original was a bee. No, she was a wasp, actually. Originally I wanted to be a wasp girl, not a bee girl, which is, honestly very similar. Wasp, yeah. And I became like less afraid of wasps because of it, which is the funny part. It's kind of interesting, the difference of models and character types. It kind of makes me wonder if I ever do a redesign, would I go back to the wasp idea, or would I go to would I do something completely different, right? Maybe I should. I have thought about like what I would do I have thought about what I would do alternatively. Cry! Cry, Mr. Drippy! Choosing is hard from someone who went through this 2 times. Yeah, I think like the first time I did it, I did like partially the reason why I did what was it, Vroid was to save costs, because I didn't know what I was looking for in terms of a VTuber model, and I still, you know, there are a lot of things I do kind of regret about doing in terms of how I got my first VTuber model. I do think I'm not dissatisfied with Lolo Mama, never dissatisfied with Lolo Mama, but I am dissatisfied with how I got to this model, I would say, and the company that she was affiliated with at the time. Because I hired her through a group, and then she left the group, I believe. So that was nice to know. And she got sick a lot, apparently. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, and I do know that they have since tried to reformat and rebuild. I don't think they ever kind of got the same build back as they did previously. But anyways, yeah, like that was... I'm not gonna go too much into my experience with that company, mostly because, like, they are more or less, like, I wouldn't say disbanded, but a lot of the people that used to work with them no longer works with them. And I don't blame the artist whatsoever for, at the time, like, I can't blame people for my... Like, I didn't educate myself on what I should be doing or looking for, and it's not like I was scammed. It was more so that, like, had I done more research, I probably would have had a better experience, starting. But this is why I always say, like, to try, like, whenever people ask me about VTubing and getting into VTubing, I'm very insistent on people, like, doing their research as much as possible, because it's so much fun to... It's fun being a VTuber, but there's so much, work you need to really think about, I think, a lot of the times. And there's a lot of resources nowadays, so which is good. You can't know everything. Yeah, I think it was my impatience that really got me. And that's like something I would probably mention to people, like, hey, don't be so quick to wanting to get the most expensive top tier model. And all the rigging and like stuff like that, like, because you really don't need that. Of course, like, I can say that now because I've been doing this for almost 5 years, about 5 years now, right? But when I first started out, like, I was so impatient. I wanted things done a certain way. Granted, I had very bad luck in the rigging department. I'm gonna be transparent about that. But it led me to learn how to do a little bit of rigging myself, which is a skill in itself. Now, I still don't necessarily enjoy rigging. I will do it upon occasion, making some small stuff, but I don't really like doing like full-on model rigs. That's just not what I find fun. I would rather hire someone else to do it if I have the funds to do it, right? Now, currently, I don't have funds to make a new model or stuff like that. I've been very busy, but at the same time, I'm not inherently displeased with how I worked on the model. I wish I could have done a lot better and had more patience in working into the rigging. But overall, it's an experience that I don't think, well, obviously not every VTuber is going to have. If you ever wanted to get into live 2D or learning how to do all this stuff, I do think it is worth trying, right? I never want people to come into the hobby and be like, oh, like because Munii had a bad experience like learning how to do rigging, I shouldn't learn how to rig. No. If you have an interest in like animation and stuff like that, you should definitely learn how to do it, right? It's not hard to learn inherently. It's just like a lot of patience, and you have to be okay with being terrible. Because I think like for me, I just hold myself to a certain standard that like, you know, when you start comparing yourself to the top of the top of live 2D riggers, you know, they didn't start off like being like amazing. They had to make a lot of mistakes themselves, and there's still a lot of things about live 2D that I don't really understand, even though I could probably look it up. But I do know that there are people who I think, at least in Asia, I don't think it is a thing really in North America, but there are whole classes and courses just taught on live 2D rigging, same way you would think about for like animation, in a sense, right? Because live 2D has its own market and stuff, and not just with like VTubers per se, but also with like just other practicalities. Though there are other programs you can use that's very similar to live 2D that are probably a lot easier in that sense. Hello, sure, yeah, how are you? But yeah, it's a lot of research and trial of error, yeah, and I find it's not fun for me. Again, it comes down to this. If it's not fun, then it's okay for you to like pay someone else to do it. I'm good. I'm talking about my experience with like live 2D and rigging models, and how it's not for me, but I understand, like, you know, if you genuinely love animation and you genuinely want to learn how to do that type of movement and animation, 100%, I do think it is worth like taking your time to learn live 2D rigging. I do know that a lot of other programs do similar style rigging to live 2D, and live 2D isn't the end all to be all. You can definitely use other methods in order to do it. I just learned how to do my stuff through live 2D. You might like, as of right now, I'm tearing my hair out at OBS. Really, I think OBS also, like, yeah, like you don't actually have to use OBS to stream. It is an option. It is definitely an option. Boop. But yeah, long time no see, Shora. You probably noticed that my stream looks very different, and the reason for that is because currently I'm traveling. But we are still able to play the games, continue our stories. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm adding transitions and audio overlays between scenes today. I have taught. Again, for people who don't know, I am the tech producer for VFleet. I have taught some of our talents on how to do their transitions better, because I did notice that like some people don't understand how to do that. But it's a lot of like trial and error when it comes to the timing of certain like functionalities of OBS even. And it's kind of interesting that, like, you know, there's always something new you can learn, and I'm not even like the best at doing all this stuff. I just happen to know it because like I happened to look it up at the time, I think, when I was trying to set up my own design layout for my... Now, did I put that much effort into what I currently have right here? No, not at all. Because why? I'm traveling. I'm not... It's not my main setup. If I had to invest more time in this setup, I probably would have made sure that I had all my stuff here, like all my logos and stuff like that. And also like my stingers. Though again, lately I've been thinking about is it time to update things? And I haven't gone around to it personally, but I do want to eventually justify the update. But yeah, that's my 2 cents regarding it. Hello, we saved you. Pointy hat. Okay, now this is finished. My boat's back here, so I have to go back, but like I don't know, like when it comes to streaming, it really is it in itself its own journey, right? And I do think that it's worth being kind to yourself about how you start streaming. You don't have to be the best streamer immediately. I do think that a lot of people nowadays especially feel like, oh, I have to have like this quality right off the bat in order to compete with modern day or new VTubers that are starting today, right? And I would definitely say no, that's not the case, right? Because like, you know, when it comes to streaming especially, you just need to have that patience with yourself ultimately, right? Like I think that like you shouldn't feel like pressured to immediately have the best quality equipment and stuff like that. Like I think it's ridiculous to think that that's even like something that would be, I want to say like, I don't even say like affordable, like, but it is the reality of it, right? Like it's not exactly affordable to immediately jump into the world of streaming and be like, oh, I'm gonna have like this, and this, right? Like, cause like, yeah, you could 100% do that, but realistically, if you want to be sustainable about it, you do need to kind of, I want to say invest smartly and don't invest too much immediately. Do I have like a specific magic for that yet? I don't think I do, right? No, right? Because I don't think that this does not work on this one. I think person matters more than assets equipment. Yeah, 100%. Like you can have like, there are so many VTubers that start off with like really cheap models. And there's one, I think there's one Malaysian streamer that started off with like that vampire model. And she only just recently updated hers to, while still similar to the model design that she started off with. She used that model for a very long time. It's a very cute model. It's a very popular model to use, that vampire Lottie. I think even like at one point, if I remember correctly, like a agency actually used that model for one of their towns for a temporary amount of time, didn't they? I remember, but like, you know, back like the early days of VTubing, especially with the with agencies and how they've kind of evolved over time, and like the expectations you can have for agencies, whether or not they're in Asia, North America, or any other space, is quite interesting in my opinion. There is the transformation and landscape and like expectations people have for agencies now versus how they had for them back then is so different. Even for me, now working admittedly as a volunteer in an agency, because if you didn't know, V-Fleet is actually run almost entirely by volunteers. That's right. It's been a unique experience. I really appreciate the experience I've been getting, even like working with V-Fleet on a voluntary basis. A lot of the towns are very sweet. And I wrote a post about this on my Twitter, and I'm going to stand by that. I've always wanted to understand and work in the agency space out of curiosity, kind of morbid curiosity in a sense, right? I wanted to know if I wanted to know if it is something that because like, you know, with any space in media, right, you kind of want to know if you have, like, there's a sense of like, do you want to know if you have what it takes to be a talent, but also what does it take to be a staff member, right? And there's a lot of things that even I struggle with as a staff member, because I'll have it in the mindset of like, you know, we have to do certain things because we have to do certain things in a certain manner because we have to appease certain things that, you know, we're not always fans of, right? Like we had to follow certain rules, and then with your talent, it can feel very restricting at times, and I can sympathize with that a lot, because it's like, from an agency standpoint, you never want to restrict your talent, but on the other hand, you have to, like, especially if you have sponsors or want to work towards getting sponsors, you have to follow certain guidelines. So what does that look like too, right? I do think it is okay. I can't like really again divulge into all like the stuff that happens in agencies per se, obviously, right? Because everyone deserves their privacy, even the talents, right? What I will say about it is that, like, you know, it is a lot more teamwork, and it's a lot of making compromises, because ultimately everybody wants the talents and the agency to succeed. Like no one goes into an agency saying they're going like, well, how am I going to screw over people today? I will say there are bad business owners, and there are people who are learning how to be better business owners. Because at the end of the day, it is an industry, it is a business, right? And some people are going to be better at being business owners, but not very good with the emotional component that comes with running an agency. Some people are great at running running the emotional side, but are bad with business, right? And there has to be some sort of balance when it comes to it. But you know, that's just me kind of like rambling on in terms of my general experience. Again, my general experience with VFleet, for example, has been fairly positive. Not everybody is going to have that same exact experience, of course. You know, I wish everyone could have like a good experience with their agencies, for if they are in one, of course. But you know, every agency runs a little bit different. I can't tell people how to run their companies, right? Also, hello, Lucas. How are you? Did I get everything now? Was everything collected? I guess so. I missed one treasure. Okay, cool. Coolio. But yeah, I wish I could answer some questions about working in an agency. I guess like one thing I could, because I get this question a lot. How did I start working for VFleet even on a voluntarial basis? Because I know there's probably a lot of people out there who are similar to me, who you just have that curiosity of like, what is it like to work for an agency? Again, even on a voluntary basis. And I will say that there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that people really realize. I mean, everyone's going to specialize in different things. What kind of people I would say would work best in an agency? It really depends, right? I think the biggest quality I would say that, from my experience and working with VFleet, specifically VFleet, we look for people who, you don't have to necessarily be the best at certain things, but you have to have a lot of like heart and determination, I would say. Like, I think that's something, a quality that I personally look for. Not to say that we're looking for any particular new staff at the moment. Um, we are, sorry. I was just kind of like skipping through this. Ooh. Is there anything else I could grab for you? Anyways, continue on. I think that if we were ever to open up like staffing or like, staffing or even for future auditions, right? I I'm not sure I would announce it here. I probably would, honestly. I think that but in terms of how I got into V Fleet, I can't obviously with how I'm not sure how to explain the process. All I can really say is that Bossman saw my application and or saw a like a demo reel of mine. I guess that would be more accurate. Yeah. And decided to recruit me based on some skill sets I have, because if you don't know, I'm also a video editor. Or I trained to be a video editor, and what else have I trained to be? I've trained to do a lot of things. Not that I'm the best at any of it, obviously, but like I have trained to do various post-production stuff. Yeah, I think that's more accurate, right? I trained to do various post-production stuff, and I've learned a thing or two. Which it's helped me greatly in terms of working with V Fleet and their members. There's still a lot of things I do want to do while working with V Fleet. Like I want to actually do an official voice or produce an official voice pack. I haven't gotten the opportunity to do that, mostly because like when we were about to produce a voice pack, unfortunately, things happened that were kind of like that we had to shift our prioritization into a different direction. And it just so happened that when we were planning the voice pack, we had to be like, okay, we have to give up one project. What can we give up? And voice packs was it. So that's one reason why we haven't done a voice pack for the Towns of V Fleet quite yet, though. We do eventually want to get there, or like kind of work toward having that done eventually. So for anybody, I know that like some people are like, oh, well, are voice packs even worth making? And to a certain extent, yes, right? It really depends. Everyone's going to be a bit different and have a different opinion on like on voice packs, because like the nice thing about voice, oh shit, oh god, I running. Oh god. No! I got too close! For just a little bit of HP! Chibi game, I see. Is it really a chibi game? Yeah. Looks like that. I mean, it looks cute and innocent until they try to kill you. Yeah! Stress. Why are the monsters so strong here? Hopefully monsters over here are not as strong. I'll have school tomorrow. Man, I wonder what it's like to have school again. Probably wouldn't be a loser like me playing this game right now. Ah, shit. Run! Well, he's dead. But yeah, anyways, agency work. So yeah, basically Boss Man saw my resume in a sense. And I would say this about Boss Man, he's very good at recruiting various like people into his agency. Now I am the type who who, like, you know, it doesn't hurt to like shoot your shot into if you want to apply to an agency. I will say that if you really, really want to work for an agency, it is worth it to like at least try to apply for when they put out they are hiring, I guess. I was just very lucky that I was kind of like right place, right time kind of scenario. Because I know not everybody, like, it's kind of like, well, how did you find the opportunity in the first place? I'm sorry, that's all I can really say. Right place, right time. There's not really much of, like, there's not, like, a secret, like, group that, like, has all, like, these, like, opportunities listed. You just, unfortunately, if you see it, you just gotta go for it. You gotta shoot your shot that way. I will say this, so I'm not a huge fan of people, like, going, like, hey, I'm so-and-so, hello company, you haven't indicated that you really want to hire anybody new for your agency, but I can do all this stuff. Like, because like sometimes it's not always a bad thing inherently, but it can be a bit much, I think. Like, at least, like, I do know there are some times where like agencies don't want to be bothered or bombarded with people coming in to apply when they don't even have the opening in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I do think it's the best time to apply for anything is when an agency is saying, hey, we are looking for this, this is what we're looking for right now, right? Not, shit. Oh, God, shit. I shouldn't have landed on there. Oh God, continue. I guess so. We lose 300. I guess this place is too strong for me. They're too strong. They protect ship. And I am too weak. Anyways. What was I saying? That's just like me to like forget immediately what I'm talking about. But yeah, like I that would be my strongest advice to anybody that's looking to do agency work. You just have to apply when there you see a posting. Because I don't think you want to bother somebody if they're not asking for, like, if they're not off, if there's work just not available. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's weird to be asked, because like people like will post like, hey, I'm this, these are my skills. I think like if you want to post your own like, these are my skills and like please hire me, that's a bit different than like going to directly to an agency, because some of them may take it into consideration if it just happens to be like, hey, we're looking for this specific role and like so and so just happened to apply at the very right time. Like sometimes right place, right time, right? But I will say that genuinely from my perspective, from my experience, if an agency doesn't ask you to don't like doing cold, I guess it would it be called cold messaging? I don't think so. Like shoot your shot that way. It's it can be kind of tricky, I want to say. Red asked us to look for you, mister. He's really worried, see, and I wanted to know if you're okay. But yeah, but every agency is different. I'm just saying this from my perspective, from when I work with B Fleet, because like I do sometimes get asked about it just randomly. I don't think it's harmful to shoot your shot, but I do think that some agencies don't super love it, especially if they're not recruiting that time, right? Because it can kind of seem like you're bothering them a little bit. And I know that if you're socially awkward, you're kind of like, oh man, I don't want to bother anyone, but like, you know, basically it can be like, it actually come down to two different things, right? If you're really confident about your portfolio, okay, go ahead, right? Like sometimes people are going to be like, okay, we'll throw you a bone, right? But I guess that's how you could apply for anything, right? Just be really confident. I will say this though, I am not a huge fan of people trying to apply for agencies when it's not during their audition season or audition listing. I would say if you are somebody who's looking to apply to an agency, just wait for an audition. Just wait for the audition announcement. Hey, am I this other person that only was watching? I don't know. There are people on Twitter. I'm not Twitter, Twitch. So probably not. And there's technically 3 versions of this video. But welcome in, Mohammed. Barbarian. Buddy. No. Buddy. I used to stream. Okay. That's nice. Why'd you stop? I got like 2 viewers maximum, which were my friends. Ah, I see. I mean, with streaming, just in general, this is just a general statement. Streaming is like one of those like, they got like someone made me hyped and made fun of me later. I think that's really mean. I've been very lucky with my experience with streaming. I think that if you enjoy streaming, you should keep doing it. But if you are, I do think that like friends, you can't be super reliant on friends watching your content, because like it's not so much that because they can be mean. I've just been very lucky in my experience where my friends have been, when it came to my streaming experience, have been extremely supportive. So I've never had a experience like that per se. It's very unfortunate that your experience was that though. I did my channel on YouTube because of it. Yeah. Like, I think that for me, it's one of those things where streaming, it's one of those things where it's like trial and error, and you really got to just work on it yourself, right? And like sometimes it's better off, like, I don't know, like I do think that you should need to have trusted friends like watch you, but it's not easy when the people you trusted with your streaming experience are the people who hurt you the most. I mean, I've been doing this for 5 years, and most often you learn as you stream, especially, you're not gonna get a lot of people, and the very few people that do end up like coming onto your stream can make or break your experience. And for me personally, the experience has been quite good, luckily, right? But I've been very lucky. Not everyone is going to, not everybody owes you a positive experience, unfortunately. That's what you kind of learn the more you stream. That, like, you know, the whole idea of like, does everyone have to be nice to you when you stream, especially your friends? Sadly, no. Like, people don't, like, you're not owed, like, positivity. Does it build, resilience to when when people do post mean things to you, for the lack of better words. I've had people, many people, in fact, actually, say really mean things to me. I haven't gotten certain comments yet. I'm waiting for those comments, because once I get a certain comment, in a very messed up way, I feel like I made it. But I know that if I speak it into the world, people are gonna just send it. Damn but true, right? I do, like, there's such thing as like toxic positivity. I will say though that I stream shooter games like Fortnite, Valorant, Call of Duty, but I only did Call of Duty once, but Fortnite and Valorant were the only games I really streamed, and people calling me bad. I mean, yeah. Unless you're like a cracked gamer, you're going into the competitive game scene. That's the tough part. I play, I'm always in the 0.5% of people in games. Ah, I see. So you are a good gamer, but you had a very negative experience where people just call you bad. In which case, I mean, I'm a bad gamer. I'm not going to sit here and twiddle my thumbs and be like, wow, I'm amazing. There's a lot of toxic positivity today. I will say this. If you can't handle people criticizing your gameplay, don't be a streamer. Oh my goodness. Not everybody here, but a lot of people do criticize my gaming and like how good I play games all the time. Even for JRPGs, right? Where it's literally just like grinding and stuff like that. I think you're a good gamer. Thank you. Like there's I will say that if you're not open to criticism, you should not be a streamer. And it's not because like you can't have people who give you positive comments. You can't have a positive experience with that. The unfortunate fact of the matter is the more you stream, the more you realize not everyone's going to like you or your content. And some people feel that because there's a level of anonymity with streaming, especially in content creation, they're going to say some heinous things to you because it's funny. And I'm not saying it's right, but they just do it, right? And if you're not... And usually when you're a smaller streamer, people tend to be a bit more positive, but you're going to get a couple of trolls here and there, obviously, right? Like, I get trolls all the time, especially on YouTube, and on the vertical streams especially, right? Because it's so easy to just type a comment without really thinking about it. Like, again, I've been very lucky. My community, as little shits as they can be, aren't, rather, I should say this, like, I've built up a resistance to, if people say, like, wow, Munii, you're so shit at this game, you should give up and stop playing it. I kind of shrug it off nowadays, because I'm kind of like, yeah, I suck at this game, but you're the one who's watching it. It's not my fault. You have nothing better to watch. It wasn't because of criticism, but because of people making fun of things about my streams on YouTube, so I took it down before they shared it around. I think, like, that's tough, right? It definitely is tough, because who wants to be made fun of, regardless, right? Like, for example, like, it can be as simple as, like, oh, they're making fun of my accent. They're, like, or it can be, like, a level of, like, oh, they say that, like, oh, thank you. You didn't have to. Wait, which one do you want me to take? This one? Okay, I'll take this one. What's up to you? Okay. Sorry, I was handed the food. I got distracted. That's the lovely thing of visiting relatives when they were like, hey, I know you're busy, but we made you food. So you might say. The unfortunate thing about streaming, again, don't go into it thinking that everyone's going to be super positive. Actually, I feel like some of the times you have to go into the knowing that people are going to make fun of you. I have to go now. Oh, no worries, Mohammed. I hope that, you know what? Even though I feel like you've given up on the world of streaming, if you feel like you want to try again, try it again. Just try it and just go. If you really must, don't even, like, don't let people's comments really bother you, because, again, people are just going to be mean for no reason. Even though I don't stream, one thing I do know is better to lean into the criticism. The other person can just be awkward or something, yeah. Like, I think for me, it's like, I don't mind too much if people just say, like, wow, Munii, you're shitty at this game, because, yeah, I never claimed to be an expert at any game. Like, even when back... But I will say this. I was very fearful of playing certain games for a very long time. And shooters were actually one of them. I was very scared about playing shooters. Because, like I say, like, part of my brand... Like, it's part of my branding. But it's very true, right? Like, whenever I say, like, Munii Shoda, space button handler for the stars. I may be a table shot, but guess what? I'm still gonna aim for your heart. That's based on the fact that I legitimately can't aim for shit. I'm not good at first-person shooters, but it was so bad to the point where I'm like, oh, I shouldn't play shooters because I'm worried that, like, if I play it, I'm not gonna have a good time. But what does that end up doing for me? It ends up, like, stopping me from playing an entire genre of games that I could quite honestly find fun. And what happened when I actually gave it a shot? I had fun. Because I was playing with people who, yes, did they make fun of the fact that I was a shitty gamer? 100%. But also, I played with people who didn't care that I was a shitty player, right? It's one of those kind of, like, people like to nag you. Is nagging the right term? Like, they'll tell you that you are really bad at the game, but then they also understand that you're just learning the game. So it's one of those things where you have to just surround yourself with the right people as your friends. Like, in fact, like, one of my closest friends, Cade, we met because I was getting into Dead by Daylight. I was a terrible gamer at Dead by Daylight, still am. But he didn't mind the fact that I was a terrible gamer, and he would even make fun of the fact that I was really shit at the game. It is actually because of him that I started getting a lot better at Dead by Daylight as a result, because, like, he was patient enough with me, as much as he was making fun of me, to play the game in the first place, right? Because like, how are you going to get better games, right? You have to kind of just put yourself out there, and it's the same for streaming, right? You just really have to put yourself out there, and just be okay with the fact that people are going to be assholes. And I think like if that's something you can't handle, streaming may not be the hobby for you, because unfortunately the internet is not always the most positive space. It's quite honestly the most toxic space for a lot of people. I mean, look at online bullying, for example, right? I think for me though, I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, I grew up being bullied. I think a lot of us grew up being bullied. um but my experience with being bullied, you know, it it didn't like make me go like, oh, I gotta do blah blah blah. I think it just helped me like with things like, oh, I just roll things off my back because like whatever, right? Like, but that's also because like it may be shocking to know for some people, I'm a millennial. We were little shits to everybody. I don't think you should bully people necessarily, or maliciously, I guess I should say. And I don't think that everyone should experience bullying in the sense of like, it'll make you stronger, son. But it helps you build up resistance to some not so favorable reactions that you may get, right? I mean, there's a difference between being very blunt and making negative comments to get a reaction. Both can be taken in a negative way, but a blunt person probably doesn't bait it that way. I mean, yeah, and like you can also, there's also this. You can set boundaries with people, right? You can allow people in your life that like, you can allow people in your life that, that you feel, are worth having in your life, right? In my case, again, I don't really mind that like people like Kate or Cell or Candy, like again, people that I've like built a really deep relationship with through streaming. I don't mind when they make fun of me. I really don't. And why is that? Because like we've built like this trust and relationship. It's like banter like you would have with siblings, in my opinion, right? It doesn't bother me that they make fun of my gaming. It doesn't bother me that, you know, they will do pranks on me if they choose to do pranks on me. It really doesn't. It will bother me more if it's like if it's somebody I really don't know, because it's just annoying. But then at that end of the day, I don't have to continue interacting with those individuals. And I think that people need to understand that more, especially with their own social interactions. This doesn't just have to go with streaming. This can just go with life in general. If there are people that you're interacting with and it's not bringing you some sort of positivity in the sense, or it's not in the sense of like a net positive, cut them out of your life. You need to have people who bring like net positives, right? And it doesn't mean that they can't make fun of you. It doesn't mean that they can't do, like, they can't tease you or anything. But if they're not bringing something into your life for any like level of positivity, be it like it's just fun hanging out with them, it's fun to spend time with them, not worth it. That's my general opinion. And I guess because like as a millennial, that's my kind of perspective on things, especially as I've gotten older. And like, you know, you as you get older, you also do start to learn like who your real friends are, if that makes sense. And I've just been very lucky that with my friends, especially like my high school friends, there's a reason why I only like talk to like a certain group of my high school friends as opposed to like everybody I've grown up with. And it can be just, I was just very lucky, but I do know people who don't talk to anybody from their high school, for example, right? Like, and it's almost the same thing for university, right? There's only like a select number of people that I do talk to from my university days. And actually, when I went back to school again, because I decided to go back to school briefly, I don't actually have any particular interest in talking to some people that I've befriended in my second round of post-secondary. Why? Because I don't necessarily think they were on net positive for me personally. I think it's not because they're bad people inherently, but a lot of their mentality on certain things I didn't particularly agree with. Like, for example, I don't particularly agree with the idea, or I don't subscribe to the idea of if you pay for your when you pay for post-secondary, you should be able to graduate regardless of the work you put in. And I'm kind of very much the person who's like, people should be allowed to fail, and if it costs you $1,000 to learn to fail, I'm sorry, that's more on you, not on the educator. That's an example of, like, you know, different perspectives, right? Because people feel like if I spent like $1,000 on tuition, I should the path to my degree should not be should always be inherently determined by certain factors, right? Or at least that's the vibe I got. I feel like people in uni already have their own shit to worry about, so it doesn't really bother looking for friends. It really depends. Everyone's a bit different. There's going to be people who it's actually worth it for them to look for friends because that's kind of like their... Because that's kind of the point of certain programs, right? Like, it's worth it if you are in networking, right? It's worth it. It's very worth it. You can find a job with someone if you make a really good friendship, because, like, ironically, the program that I went into, I did not necessarily, because I'm not a sports person, my networking is very limited in the field I was studying for, I would say, because my year just happened to be very sports heavy. And interestingly enough, I was one of the few kind of like nerdy gamer people. So, my connection with people was actually extremely limited, especially because I'm also not extremely extroverted. I'm also like, I think a lot of people felt that I was very, and I am like this a lot outside of this. I'm very, I don't want to say type A, but is type A probably the most accurate word to say? Like, I can be very overbearing sometimes, so people don't always appreciate that I was very much like on them about certain things. Because like everyone's going to be different, right? Just because, like, you know, you guys are listening to me doesn't mean that you will get along with my personality outside of streaming. I'm not saying that they're two different entities in itself, right? But I'm going to share a different side of myself that you're going to experience when I'm in my work mode. Because streaming mode is very different from Munii business mode, we'll just say. I can be very, like, short, especially if I feel like I'm someone who highly values, like, professionalism, especially outside of stream time, right? But when I'm streaming, I'm a lot more playful. Things roll off my back very easily, right? And everyone's a bit different, right? But regardless, in terms of professionally, right, I like things to be handled professionally. I don't like it when people use AI. I am more willing to not cut out per se, but I'm more willing to call out people if I do not feel they're doing things ethically. And one of the things that I called out actually was one of my classmates when I noticed that they used AI in their project. And one of my friends I was just like, oh, why did you call them out? Like, why'd you call them out during their presentation? And I'm just like, because they used AI in their project. Like, clearly they used AI. Like, it's like their project was wrong because they made a false statement. And it's clearly it's not like I was just like, oh, you used AI. It was more of a, oh, hey, I noticed you said this. are you sure your facts are correct? And they're like, well, and then my friend in that class was just like, well, I don't think that, I think that, like, you should not, like, it's basically the whole, like, you shouldn't, like, embarrass someone, or not embarrass, but, like, you shouldn't bring that up because, like, it causes a conflict, right? Like, they're very conflict adverse. But the thing is if you're taking a media course, or anything that, or even HR course, I think that was what it was, but we're studying media specifically. If you're not even going to fact check your own, like, media, and you're just going to present it as truth, right? I can't trust you, and you and your resources. To me, that proves to me that if I were to give you a task, you're not gonna do 100%. You're not gonna actually put in the effort to ensure that you're going to be worth my time working together collaboratively with, right? I'm not saying that you can't take shortcuts. I am going to say, though, if your shortcuts aren't even hitting a kind of quality, I don't think that you're worth it for me to keep you in mind if I ever were to work professionally in certain spaces, right? And that's just kind of how I feel, and that's kind of the motto I kind of follow as well when it comes to working with people, just in general, right? Like, I do hold people to a certain standard that I would expect of myself, especially when it comes to anything that comes to workspaces, right? And certain qualities, right? I held myself to a certain quality that I would expect, and I hope to hold other people to that certain quality. Especially when it comes to entertainment and media, right? Because you kind of have to, after a while. I do understand the whole, like, you don't have to be perfect. That's never what I would ask of anybody, or expect of anybody, for that matter. For anyone that's kind of like, oh no, Munii expects perfection, I can never work with her for whatever reason. Well, first of all, thank you for wanting to work with me. Oh god, I'm all congested again. Well, first of all, thank you for wanting to work with me. Second of all, that's not the point of the story. The whole point for me bringing this all up is because, like, I look at life like this kind of sometimes, where it's like certain actions will cause certain reactions, right? As much as you may not think that, like, as much as you may not intend for certain things to be interpreted one way or another, I do think that if you want to work with someone, or especially in media fields or something like that, you have to make sure that what you present is your best foot forward as much as possible, right? Because you never know who's going to be your next lead for a job or for a opportunity, right? And that's kind of the advice I would give to people, like, even as a general, like, professionalism thing. Shit. Run! No! Imagine getting upset when you call someone out for the familiar source, especially while you need actually walk. I mean, yeah. They're just, I think it was a combination of, like, oh, why'd you call them out during their presentation? It's just kind of like, because they were wrong. Their facts were wrong. I can return the screen because my progress actually was really close now. So that island, dangerous. I've also, like, I try not to get mad at people. Because everyone has their own lives, like in post-secondary. The only other time I got extremely mad at people is when I had to do a project by myself twice. I'm very much a communications person. I understand that people get busy. Totally understand. Communicate that with me. And like every time like I talked about it with those group of friends, their responses was kind of like, oh well you oh, I don't think it's that big of a deal. They're not a bad person. I don't know why you I don't understand why you're so upset about this. The thing is that it happened like twice though. And I think because they're like what, you know, like I think it's like for them they kind of viewed it like, oh, Munii is just like not over exaggerating. She's just too panicked because I think it's like they're for them in their perspective. They're looking at it like, well, you're just obsessed with your grades. Like it's not that big of a deal. And for me, I'm just looking like at it going like this. I think it went very much like this. When I went to post-secondary for a second time, you kind of don't want to go there to waste your time because you are at a position where you're doing this all over again already. Do you really think I want to spend this much money and my time, which I could be like, you know, earning an income, a proper income, messing around, right? Like this isn't my time to play. This is my time to like kind of like make up for certain things. And it's not for anyone that's confused. I already had a degree, right? So it's kind of like I look at it as like this is like, you know, to a certain extent, it's your, I would say it is kind of like a second chance in the sense, oh, I forgot to talk to that stupid crab. I forgot, that's why I went back. Okay. Like I think that's why a lot of people didn't really understand at the time. It's just like, and they're like, because they would kind of feel like, they're like, oh no, we understand, but I feel like but they felt like, you know, I was taking things too seriously. When it's like, for a lot of them, this was like either their first time or their return to post-secondary. So like our experiences were going to be obviously very different, or what we wanted out of the program was going to be very different. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I didn't really leave my second experience with post-secondary with that many connections, I will say. Again, they're not as much as like I'm kind of like ranting and rambling about my experience with it as fairly negative. My overall experience of it, and I don't think, or my experience with these people isn't inherently bad in a weird sense, right? I don't think I would ever work with them professionally. I think from a friendly standpoint, I would just like be like, okay, maybe we can be friends, but that's the best I could possibly do. Like I wouldn't hire any of them, you know, or I wouldn't recommend any of them. And that's kind of really sad to think about, that I wouldn't hire anybody that, like, maybe I would hire like maybe one or two people out of like the 15 people. 15, 20 people I went to school with, but like everyone else, it's like kind of like not really worth my time. And that's very depressing to think about. Because you never want to go into a place and be like, oh, well, you know, like, what do you mean you wouldn't, like, work with any of your old classmates? Well, knowing how their work ethic was during school, granted, you know, how you are in school is not going to be the same as when you are working professionally. But I'm looking at it as a case of, like, if this is how you work in school, then how can I trust you to do something professionally for me, right? And that's kind of how I look at it. Granted, do they have to impress me per se? Am I someone worth to impress, and I would say no. Honestly, like they don't owe it to me to they don't owe it to me to impress me, because who am I? I am just a funny streamer person who is currently like trying to grind my way to success, because apparently I'm really bad at this game. But I will say that, like, you know, professionally, you always want to, like, that's what I mean by, like, kind of, you always want to put your best foot forward, because not saying that I currently have any work out there for people to do, but it kind of sucks to think about if someone were to ask me, like, oh, hey, do you, like, because you went to this school, do you know anybody of from your year who would be great to contract or to work with? I would have to be honest and be like, not really. And that sucks. It really sucks to say that, because it's not like I think that people are inherently bad. It's not that I don't think that they, it's not that I think that they, to a certain extent, it's not like I don't think that, like, you know, they didn't try, but I don't think they tried, like, as much as they should have. Let's see if I can beat this. Come after me! No! Bells. Imagine getting us when you hustle it out, but yeah. Like, I think it was very shocking for me to have experienced that. Now, my year could have just been really particularly bad, to be honest. So maybe maybe I was just kind of like, our year was just, you know, very unfortunate year. So yeah, grain of salt sometimes. Grain of salt, everyone. I think we're gonna make it. When I went back to vocational school for a degree, the other people were basically all barely adults, so I just learned not to expect the world. Perhaps, right? I think, like, for me, I was just very disappointed by the lack of effort. And I talked a lot about it with Bard, actually. Bard has heard me cry over it, because I guess, like, for me, I'm so stressed because I'm sitting there going, like, did I just waste my time going back to school? I think that's what it was half the time. Of like, oh my god, I just wasted a lot of money coming back for something that was not worth it. What is over here? Appears to be securely locked. Now to sneak on back to the ship. I should also check. I have no moon, but I have oh wait, I do have moon. Okay. What ability do you have, Cat, that I have not been using with you? Dark cloud. Also, so if you pay for education, it's free. Here, maybe everyone's new to some things. Yeah, like there's some things I did expect my classmates to be good at, like for example, video edit. Because like, some of my hobby is like video editing and stuff like that, right? So I did go into this going like, hey, not everyone is going to be like as passionate about certain things like I am. Totally understandable. That's not what I want people to take away from a lot of my experience, I guess. But what I will say is that it is very annoying when people are kind of like, I guess, feel entitled to, like they feel entitled to getting certain marks when they didn't even put the effort in, and that's a lot of what I struggled with when I went back to school, because I felt like people are very entitled to it just because they paid a certain amount of money. And meanwhile, like everyone who was like, I think around my age, who was like, was just like, no, people should fail. People should be allowed to fail. I guess because it's also like a cultural difference in terms of like, or generational difference. I should say cultural difference, because there is a bit of like a cultural, generational differences between people too, right? How I grew up, it's like failure is not the end of the world, but it's a consequence of lack thereof effort. Sometimes it is circumstances, right? And some circumstances do need to be taken into account, right? As someone who used to be an educator very briefly for, again, 2 years of my life, I do understand that, you know, not everybody is going to absorb information and process information the same way that everybody else does, right? It's all proportionate to what your learning languages are. For example, some people are better visual learners than they are auditory learners, right? Some people need to work with their hands versus memorization. I am definitely someone who works better with their hands and being more hands-on than I am with memorization. Memorization is actually one of my weakest points, because like if you were to ask me like certain things like what is the like if you were to ask me like anything that has big words in it, I would really struggle, like, because it's not my general interest. It's not something that I absorb very easily, unlike perhaps some other people out there in the world who, like, this is like their total MO, right? Like maybe they are really good at memorizing the entire chemistry table. I can't remember. But you know what I mean? Like maybe you are really good at calculating numbers, and you're like an amazing mathematician and you memorize all the formulas. That's not for me. Granted, I'm quite good at math, that being said, like, right? Like, as long as I have the formulas, but like, regardless, right? The point of this is like, you know, everyone has different strengths to what they enjoy, like, even educationally. I found, for me, as a hands-on person, what I really liked is, like, I like creating stuff. I like being creative. I like enjoying the process and taking my time learning things. And yeah, like, and trying things. Like, I'm very good at, like, pitching, like, ideas. And one of the things I struggle with, because I can be a bit on the shy side, is that sometimes, despite wanting to be a performer and a not performer in the sense of like, because I think a lot of people would think of the word performer, you're thinking like, oh, Munii, you want to sing more. Not so much like that, but as like, I want to entertain people, right? One of the things that stops me is that I'm actually painfully, and can be painfully, quite shy. It's something that I've also been trying to work on, in terms of my own comfortability and try to work on it's something that I try to work on in terms of like, you know, being a better content creator, right? Like being a better content creator is is you know, experimenting, putting yourself out there, not being afraid of rejection. That's something that's very big when it comes to the world of entertainment, right? And there but regardless, right, like I can be very camera shy, so like when everything was cameras, as long as my face isn't seen, I'm good. When I'm behind the mic, I'm a lot stronger. I just call it having a picky brain. Everyone can be a great learner, but you need to find a way that tickles your brain. The right way is actually as everyone can learn to periodic table from memory, surely, but just reading it from a book isn't the end all to be honest. I do think everyone has like methods. I think it's like finding the perfect method for you that interests your brain. 100%. I think that is a very good point. I think everyone is capable of learning. It's the same with like learning a skill. Whether or not you have the patience to learn the skill is like very dependent on the person. So for me, in my case, I'm really bad at memorizing things. That's just not how it works for me, and it's just not how my brain likes to function. It would prefer to it would be preferred to it would be preferred to what's the word I'm looking for? It's much more preferred to yeah, again, like work with your hands and really like practice and do stuff over and over again, right? That's just more how I function as a personality. I do know people who, on the other hand, like they have photographic memory or ish, right? And that's just how they prefer to learn or consume things, right? But yeah, but when it came to like, so when it came ever to like academic things, I'm not good at that, but I'm good at discussion. I'm good at like I'm good at like breaking down things and stuff like that, right? So maybe like what would have been, but like when it comes to the periodic table, for example, some people have to do it based on like, what was it? Like they have to do stuff like make poetry? I'm not sure if that's right. What does he need? Where did he misplace his diary? Cave. Okay, I think I know where that is then. He doesn't have courage. Courage. But yeah, I'm glad we had this discussion, by the way, everybody. I know that I've been like rambling a lot about this kind of stuff. Rambling a lot. So I hope that, like, you know, it's somewhat interesting to you guys about what I talk about. Even when people photograph me to learn ways to apply information they've been able to store in their head, like you said, it's a skill itself and know how to learn from it. Yeah. I think it really is like, for example, like there's certain things like I remember or memorize that other people are just going like, why would you remember that information? I'm pretty sure a lot of people find it strange what things I remember. But it's also like, I guess in that sense, it's like things in my brain that that my brain has deemed was important, right? If I don't think that like learning the periodic table is that important, maybe that's the reason why my brain isn't going to memorize it as easily as what kind of like weird fun fact did I memorize That's a good question, actually. Hmm. A secret dagger. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just gonna eat something real quick. The other day, Papa Capi and, took us out to, eat dim sum, and we had some leftovers, so, Bar brought me some extra. Because, one of the things I like eating, is like this eggplant, with, bits of, not bits of, but like has like, kind of like a shrimp ball on top of it. I'm not trying to describe it, but I usually eat it because like, I'm like, oh, I need more vegetables. That's one of the reasons why I start eating it, and then I start really enjoying it. So Bart, Papa Cappy got it for me, but I was already full by the time we had ordered it, so I kind of felt guilty, but we took it home. But, yeah. It's funny how, it's funny that, I have to, not have to, but like, it's funny how, like, it's like the timing of it too, like, cause like, I was like, kind of like, oh, I'm full, I'm just gonna stop eating now, and then Papa's gonna be, no, here, get that thing you enjoy. I'm like, going like, no! Pogo. Maybe Coco. Oh. Maybe Kogo? Kogo. Kogogo? Kogogo. Mo. Mo problems. Mo problem. Mo problems. Sometimes I like having weird names for these. Okay, so this should be where the book should be, I believe. There's a diary. That was fast. I think it's a help that I actually knew where the cave was. I remembered where the cave was. I didn't actually have to run the other way around, maybe? No. Okay. Well, let's grab this while we're here. Ring a bell. Oh, it's not up here, it's down there. Okay. Can I go down there? No, I can't. Oh, that's like the annoying part of like... I do like how detailed this map is, but sometimes it's annoying to like navigate through the map. You're like, I'm so It's so close, deliciously close, but like not close and not on the same level as where I am. It's an inconvenience. Mm. Mm. Man, this game really is like a good, like, I mean, there's a lot of things going on in this game, right? And I am grinding quite a bit to try to make up for the fact that I was very dangerously under level earlier. But we went up by 3 levels? 2 levels mostly, right? And we evolved 2 monsters, so that's good. Mm-hmm. What's the story of this game so far? How far back do you want me to go? To the very beginning? Here's your diary, you rich old man. I should really also buy equipment. I really have not been. And I apologize for not reading some of like the flavor text for some of these things. It's like, it's kind of, after a while you're kind of like, oh, I just want to get through this. Actually, I want more like that one. I mean, I don't know anything about it. No worries. Okay. So, this game is about how, so we're gonna start from the very beginning. So this game is about this little boy named Oliver. Oliver was a normal boy until he was no longer a normal little boy. Why? What happened? What happened to Oliver in order for him to no longer be a normal little boy? Well, he went to be a test dummy for his friend's go-kart, and tragedy struck. You see, I guess overall we were running around with a girl and some old dude on the boat. So, Oliver was a test dummy for his friend's go-kart. It's a motorized go-kart. And instead of being a good little boy and listening to his mother and not sneaking out at night, what he did was, being the test dummy, went and snuck out to his friend's place to go ride alongside the river to test the go-kart for his friend because, you know, children. Little did Oliver know that he was a very important character, and when he was riding said go-kart, magic happened, and the go-kart's wheel exploded and launched out of the go-kart. So he lost the wheel, and so he fell into the river. Luckily for him, his mother happened to be awoken by magic because they had to save Oliver. Dove into the river to save Oliver. Everything was good, and then his mom got a heart attack. So then his mom died. So now we're on a journey to save his mom's soulmate, which is who's in this world, because then maybe there's a possibility that he can bring his mom back alive? Question mark. Drippy, Mr. Drippy, is the fairy king apparently, and he's like, we can bring your mom back as long as we defeat the evil wizard. So, I mean, this could be just like Oliver's like going through like a really bad like I don't want to say trip, like I think like going through like grief, and like this is how his brain is functioning because it's trying to escape from the realities that his mother is no longer with him and he's an orphan now because his father's non-existent. But the girl is like she's like she is like one of the wizard sage's daughter, and she's like, I want to join you on your journey because you helped me. And the old guy is like a thief, and he's just like, okay, sure, I guess I'll come join you guys because like you have what I want. And that's where we are in the story. Yeah, so much tragedy has happened to the small little child, but it's okay because he's fighting his way to save his mother, and that's all we really need to focus on. Like, don't focus on the fact that he might be hallucinating this entire thing, and he's going on this wondrous adventure through grief. No, let's not focus on that. He's perfectly fine, and he's a mage now, and he is a chosen one. Don't worry, everyone. And that's the story of Ni no Kuni thus far. I don't know if I do not know if there is a if there's more currently, because this is my first time playing Ni no Kuni. That is the very I don't want to say short rendition of what the story's about. It's probably a very bad retelling of what this game's about, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people who have been watching me play Ni no Kuni and really love this game are probably going to be like, yeah, that's accurate, or like, oh, Munii, you don't understand the nuances of this game, which maybe I don't, but this is what I remember about the game. And ultimately, that's what you came here to watch me, right? So far, it's been quite enjoyable for the most part. There's some things I don't super love about the gameplay, like this part. Like, they tried something, because according to some people who have played this game on the DS, at least the Japanese version, it used to be a turn-based game, and then they decided to do more real combat, if that makes sense. Not a huge fan of it, because timing is somewhat involved if you're not paying attention. Like that, where I accidentally killed Oliver. Whoops. Sorry, Oliver. So what does Ni no Kuni mean, and who's the White Witch? Ni no Kuni is like otherworld, I believe. And the White Witch is the assumed to be villain of the game. Is she the final villain? I don't know. We're kind of on that journey to find out. I will say this about the game though, they have changed a lot of their names, even though a lot of their names were originally very Western in the first place. So I don't know why they made those changes. But overall, it's been quite enjoyable, and it's not that like it's not that I'm not recommending this game at all. I do think that if you do like JRPGs and you want to try something that's like would I say this is like a completely unique take on JRPGs? That's a little bit, I think, I'm not sure I would say that necessarily. I will say this, for what it's worth, like, I do think this game does have a lot of charm to it. it's very forgiving. I could turn down the difficulty level. I will say that I'm not a huge fan of how of being attached to the same HP as your monsters. Same with the MP too. But I also understand that not everybody loves turn-based games. Because I know that turn-based games can also be I don't want to say because so you look at games like Expedition 33, they did a very good job of transforming the turn-based game system and making it interesting and more much improving upon a system that does work but can at times feel very dated, right? Especially with games like, say, Pokemon, for example, that is purely is genuinely very turn-based and feels extremely dated at times. I will say that for what Ni no Kuni has developed in terms of their whole their world building and their style, has such a charm to it that I do think that is quite enjoyable. So if you do have it, and this game does go on sale quite a bit, so that's another great thing about this game, is that if you want to try Ni no Kuni, I definitely think that it's worth giving it a try. I do think it's very easy to lose track of your HP. You can actually run away from people. I couldn't get to Expedition 33 at all, and I kind of feel bad about it. No worries. I do think that Expedition 33, in my opinion, and you don't have to agree with it, right? I think Expedition 33, for what it was, especially as a indie game, it stands. It can stand against a couple AAAs, and that's saying a lot. Granted, quite a few of the members were experienced developers in their own right, so maybe that makes perfect sense why it had great direction. But if you couldn't get into the game for whatever reason, it's okay. Everyone has different tastes of genres and games and stuff like that. Not everyone's gonna like the aesthetic. I felt if you liked turn-based games, or if you like things what was it? If you like Souls games, but you are not good at Souls games, I think it's a fantastic game to maybe consider getting into. Because Souls games are not for everybody. I know that a lot of people have been hey, Munii, play a Souls game. I really want you to play a Souls game. Munii, play a Souls game. And I'm always no. Because it's not my preference. It's not a genre I really want to spend my time getting into. Mostly because I already have struggles with JRPGs as itself. Can you imagine me playing a Souls game? I couldn't even play Code Vein if I wanted to. And Code Vein is the anime Souls game. I'm not saying I'll never play a Souls game, or Souls-like. By the way, I'm just saying that it's not particularly my general interest at this moment of time. Anyways, going back to Expedition 33, I think it has I personally think it has a fantastic story. But if you're not really into games for the story or for a bunch of other factors, for that matter, then perhaps it's better to watch someone else play it as opposed to play it yourself, because it isn't exactly the cheapest indie game out there. It's very pricey, but it's also because the amount of work and effort that went into Expedition 33, I do think that was it overhyped? I think that is definitely an argument you can make. Because not everybody was in love with the idea that it won all those awards. And I think that's fair, right? Like, because there is that biasism of some people going like, it's a popular series, therefore we should just give it their award, right? You know what I mean? And there are other games that could have easily also won other games, right? It didn't have to sweep the entire game awards. I really like RPGs, but no, the artistic direction was just not my cup of tea. And that's very, very fair. Like, like, what was it? Like, I think, like, wait, did I have courage all this entire time? Oh, enthusiasm. I didn't have courage. I think that's extremely fair. Because, like, art direction can play a huge reason as to why you will play a game. It's a lot more important than people want to admit. It's like, it was kind of the same reason why I don't like watching, like, certain animes, because I like a certain aesthetic. And sorry, just double checking. I like a certain aesthetic when it comes to even anime and manga, right? It's what what catches your eye, what attracts you to the game, to the overall world. And if you can't get into it, it's understandable for you to not want to really invest your time in it. For me, at least with Expedition 33, like, if you like the world of, like, Dragon Age and Dragon Age and what else? Mass Effect, Skyrim, you might consider it. But otherwise, yeah. It's not for everybody. I'm sure people would strongly disagree with me, but to me, Expedition 30 looks like Unity UE5 game in the worst way. I think that's a fair statement. Like, you know, you don't have to love the aesthetics of it. I don't personally think that way. I think that it was designed very well in terms of the artistic direction, but again, I also like other things that people disagree with all the time. So I think that you're completely fine in your opinion, JP, and I hope that, like, people haven't been rude about it, being like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what art looks like, right? Because, like, I'll tell you this. Personally, for me, and this is not like I think that this series is bad at all. But, like, for me, a very good example of, like, I don't particularly share the same taste as other people is, like, I really like, back with what game was it? Why did I think No Kuni? Because I'm playing No Kuni, that's why. I think, like, with what was it? But this one, accuracy. But this one, we'll give it this one. With what was it called? Not Ni no Kuni. Oh, right. Okay. So you know how a lot of people, like, Free rent? Free rent, and then people are gonna be like, oh my god, what bad thing are you gonna say about free rent? But I don't think free rent is the end all to be all anime of the year, you know what I mean? Personally, but I think that's because, like, you know, you have to remember, for people who don't know, I have a strong preference for comedy. Because I like, so in between, like, Free Rent and Dungeon Meshi, both had very similar, not premises, but had very, there's elements that are very similar, right? I preferred Dungeon Meshi, like, heavily preferred it. And people are gonna be like, what are you talking about, Munii? Like, Raven is the best. Like, you have no taste. And I'm gonna be like, no, it's just my preference. Like, there's nothing wrong with enjoying, like, something that's very different from, what other people prefer, right? As long as you're not an asshole about it, I think is the most important thing at the end of the day, right? If someone is to ever say, like, hey, you are wrong because you don't agree with me, I don't really think their opinion is really worth all that much, you know what I mean? I don't know, I just don't like it when people are very much like, no, you're stupid because you don't agree with me. To you. Yeah. And again, everyone's gonna prefer, like, different styles regardless, right? I'm even sure, like, there are probably people out there who don't like even what my VTuber model looks like. They might prefer someone else's VTuber model completely. Doggo. Let me talk to you, Doggo. No! No, I can't talk to Doggo. Hmm. Plants that can grow. I always dodge anime bullet in conversation because I don't watch any, but yeah, I've heard people only praising Free Run, yeah. Not to find a monster that looks like a... Okay. But yeah. Everyone's gonna have, like, a different opinion. It's okay. I think as long as you're not trying to, like, tell people, like, you're wrong just because you have a different belief than me. I don't subscribe to that. Like, everyone's allowed to have their own different differencing in opinions and stuff. But yeah, I personally, I just prefer Dungeon Meshi because I like comedy. That's always been one that I've always, like, kind of stood behind. It's not to say I didn't enjoy Free Rent, it's just my preference. And the only reason why I say that they have very similar-esque story elements is because, like, they're both very different, right? Dungeon Meshi is definitely one that, like, if you like dungeon crawler and, like, traditional, the traditional, aesthetic of a, what's it called? The traditional aesthetic of, of kind of like, you know, warrior, elf, dwarf, and stuff like that. Like, you know, it's like kind of like a D&D kind of stuff. Like, I'm not saying that free run plays into that necessarily. That's more dungeon meshy, right? Dungeon meshy is more like that. But if you like but like they did have some elements in the sense of like you have the hero, you have like the spellcaster, you have like, you know, you have like they fit this like types of archetypes, and they happen to be released like their anime adaptions happen to just be released around the same time. So that's why I make that comparison personally. It's not the most accurate of comparisons, obviously, because they do at the end of the day fit very they are very different in terms of their storytelling and what kinds of stories that they do tell. But for me in particular, that's something that I just really enjoyed about Dungeon Meshi, is that it was very comedic and didn't take itself too seriously. It's something that I recommend to people to watch, especially if they want like if they're looking for something like that to enjoy. And I mean, like I forgot how bloody it was. And in the first episode, because I did show it to my niece and nephew actually, and I was like, oh shoot, that might have not been the best series to show them. Oh, but their parents didn't complain, so I was like, okay, I guess it's fine, because like, you know, if their parents were fine with them not fine with them watching it because they were in the same room, then I guess it's okay. I guess it's a-okay. You kind of forget like what is considered appropriate for kids sometimes, especially if you're like you don't have kids yourself sometimes, because like I know like when I was their age, that's fine. I watch things like, and this, okay, maybe it's not fine, like I watched things like Higurashi when I was like in high school. Like I don't think that's the most appropriate anime for a person my age to watch. If I had to be completely honest, I'm just gonna save in a new slot. I don't think it was that appropriate. Everyone's gonna have a different opinion on what is considered appropriate. I do think this, like, have a conversation with your kids before you allow them to watch certain animes. Da 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 da. use other. Maybe if I switch to Esther. Hmm. I forget I can use other people. I was wondering why I took a bit of message to show, but I think we just like to try Twitch. Does it? It is going through, I will say this, it is going through Twitch and then to YouTube. Yeah, I think it's like 5 seconds before behind or something. Ah, I see, I see. Ow. Oh my god, please stop running me over! Oh, go, please! Yeah! Mm. Provisions. We are doing pretty well, actually. We're doing pretty good. A lot better. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Oh yeah, baby! Run! Not attack! Why is it must be always when I'm about to heal someone? Gogo definitely needs to learn how to go a little faster, right? Jeez. Yeah! Oh god. Please, everyone be defending. Yeah! Oh god. Ugh. Go, go! Oh god. Yeah! Oh, it worked out! It worked out, you little shit! Yeah! Yeah, go, go! Oh, shoot. It worked out! Bonk indeed. Damn it! What? This is what I get for eating. Hi.
I don't have much of a choice. Listen.
Damn it, the guards must have heard us fighting. They'll be here any minute.
You're right. I can hear voices. Come on, we have to run.
Don't worry about me, only boy. There's enough trouble, and I'll turn into a carelessly mislaid helmet, ain't it? I like how it just cleared up just casually. Ah. Yeah, it's just so much easier without the helmet. Damn. Like, hello, Golden. Buhi. I'm hideous! It's like the most beautiful person you've ever seen.
そういうことだ。お前たちは何者だ。僕たちは怪しいものではありません。お願いがあってきました。お願い？そうか。お前たちは私の秘密を知って告白しようと言うんだな。違います。僕たちはあなたの賢者様の力を借りたいんです。え？賢者？この私が？あなたはかつて二の国の魔法世界を治めた。
He's like, not really. That was my father.
残念だったね。賢者は
私。It really was!
父は15年も前に死んだ。その力をあなたは引き継いだはずだ。私が賢者の力を。なあ、そういうことにしておいただけさ。私には才能がないんだ。
Damn.
賢者なんていう大役を務められる器じゃない。
But I'm this ugly and hideous.
私にはもう魔法なんて使えないよ。そんな。そろそろ帰ってくれないか。ここは君たちの来るところじゃない。さあ帰ってくれ。帰れ。一体どないしたんや。なんか変やん。もしかして。間違いなく抜け殻人やな。一体何をなくしてるの？皇帝陛下がなくしとんのは信じるというところやな。信じる？ああせや。自分の姿を美しいと言うてくれる周りを信じられへんようになって自分にも自信をなくしてつまりあらゆるものを信じる心をなくしとるっちゅうわけや。あれで皇帝とは笑わせる。皇帝なら皇帝らしくどっしり構えてほしいもんだな。
Damn.
行こう。信じる心を探しに。世話の焼ける皇帝だ。
Man, what does he have against him? Jeez.
あの人どこかで。
So the great stage is the great stage is the prince himself, is it? And he's heartbroken. We have to do something and fast. We need to find someone, find him some belief. Is it just me or is it getting misty in here? Misty-eyed? Whoa! This is really something. What's going on here all of a sudden? I can't see a thing. Huh? Wait a second. Huh? There's someone there. Oh, I can't see anything. Is this like the past?
そっちこそいきなり。
皇帝陛下、この怪しい者ども牢屋にでもぶち込んでおきましょうか。
皇帝陛下。
いや、待て。この者たちが瞬時
They traveled back in time.
解けておらぬ。わからぬことは徹底的に調べる。それがこの防具帝国皇帝。
This is before they had all their pig outfits, huh?
よし、私の部屋に連れてこい。じっくり話を聞いてやる。
Ha 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 ha! The more I listen to your lies, the more laughable they become. Are you trying to to suggest that you're from the future?
It's really true, Swain. I'm not sure I believe it myself.
There's no doubt about it. You saw the sorry state the prince was with your own eyes. The man you see before you now is, on the other hand, he's the former emperor of Hamelin. You shall tell more of this. Now speak. What becomes of Hamelin in the future? And who is this prince that you've encountered?
He had long, dark hair and blue eyes.
If you must tell lies, you must at least make them credible, boy.
Huh? We're not lying,
Do you mean to tell me that my younger son would one day become emperor?
Younger? Oh, that Marley prince has got another brother, has he?
Look at this. This is your darling son, Marzican, all grown up. This is the future emperor of Hamelin. It does look somewhat similar to my son.
Should you really be showing him that, Slade?
I had to do something. He would never believe us otherwise. Marzican becomes emperor. But what of Garscon? What will become of him? Well, you never really liked him that much anyway, did you? He wasn't really emperor material. Are you claiming that I do not care for my own son? I have men imprisoned for less. Are you denying it? Surely not. Garscon is the only son you ever wanted. How dare you? How dare you make such a claim? It's probably because they're brothers, isn't it? This is probably his other son.
Your Majesty, something horrible has happened. The Prince Gascon and Prince Marscan, they went out to practice their magic, but they ventured beyond the city walls.
Leave them be. They shall fend for themselves.
But Your Majesty, I think the danger and the Prince Marcason is still so young.
Hello, Maxim.
You're not going to help them, Your Majesty?
Certainly not. They must learn to resolve problems that are their own making. That is the Hamelin way.
You're really just going to abandon your own children?
Parenting! Silence!
But they're in danger, Your Majesty. If you won't help them, we will.
The voice is funny, thank you. Look, we don't have time for staring contest. I say we leave this old fool to stew and find those kids. What did you say? We'll continue this later, shall we? That's just Papa, isn't it? Man, Father of the Year awards everywhere. I play a lot of games where, like, the Father of the Year awards are, I feel like we should really do, like, at the end of the year, just do, like, who do we think is the best father? Or we should rank the dads of these games. Bro, just despair. All the despairs. They all have such different uniforms. This is before they didn't have to wear all those pig outfits. Money. I feel like how we can like talk to each and every NPC, even though I don't intend to. What? How much stuff do I have? I like how in these spaces I'll be the travel hard to get here. There's nothing for you to do, I'm afraid. Okay, so I can't do all these things. Okay. There you go, you start early as fuck. Hi, Saya. It's cause I'm on the East Coast. So my time zone is really messed up right now. But how are you? Am I? What time is it for you, actually? Right now it's 2:38. Okay, fine. Just a little sleepy. Yeah. I mean, that's good then, right? If it's just that you're sleepy. Need to do that. My phone was dying. Save my progress, yeah. Big day at work tomorrow. Ah, it's okay, so it's not really Filipino time, is it? Then why are you up so late? Or up so early, I should say. Oh, you are at work. Oh. Right, you work for a Maple Land. Like a I want to say like a schmuck. You work for Maple Landers. What do Maple Landers ever do for you? That make maple syrup. Ugh, lame. Give me more money, that's for sure. I guess that's true. What would you like to name this fish though, Saya? I'll let you name this fish. Damn, he's a clank? That's a fish? It's a clinkety clank. You can name him. What would you like to name him? Goku Mudkip. Let's see if that actually fits. Go to I was sure that I thought that's what it was. I mean, it fits. Goku Mudkip. It's not Dragon Quest, though. Yes, the beautiful name of Goku Mudkip. I mean, I can see you making that mistake, honestly. Ah, shit. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back, Mohammed. Oh, they're over here. Let's find dumb children.
あの二人
ラス魔法
やっぱ無理だよ
What a weak child!
めんなもう一度だ
ちょっと兄ちゃん
あら
Welp.
みんな行こううん
But yeah, this is No Kuni. I couldn't see the character's eyes for a second. I thought it was the Dragon Quest. I mean, yeah, the best way to tell if it's a Dragon Quest game is like the eyes, right? Yeah, hence the Goku. Oh, this monster's so weak. What was I worried about? The other monsters outside are harder.
この調子で行こう
Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Phew, crikey, that was a close one. Are you alright? You two are princes, aren't you? Your father is the emperor.
Yes, my name is Marska. Marska Sin? Marska Sin.
Shut up, you fool. We can't tell everybody who we are.
Oh, so your brother isn't going to tell us his name?
Leave me alone.
Leave you alone? Do you realize we're the ones who came and rescued you after you went off on your all on your own, don't you?
No one asked you to. We were practicing magic until you got in the way, that is.
Gascon, I'm hungry.
What, already? Well, I suppose we better get you something to eat then. Come on, you lot.
Huh?
You never make it back to Hamelin by yourselves. We'd better escort you.
Escort us?
Yeah, don't worry. You can thank us later. The two princes are now traveling with you. Well, that was a quick quest. It's all sparkly. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Skip. Bum 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 bum. Wah wah. Tra la 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 la. Man, this game loves to do the whole, like, My children. But apparently, I guess the mothers are pretty good in this game so far. Are you still following us?
You told you got to tell Emperor that we found you.
Oh, sorry. We got to tell the Emperor they found you. Heh, you want to see my father, do you? I wonder what you want from him. Actually, I don't care. Bye! What a jackass.
Hang on, man. I said this can nothing.
Ain't you gonna thank us or something? Thank you? You're the ones who should be thanking us for escorting you back to Hamelin.
You flippin' chick of this kid. I ain't never seen anything like it, none.
Kid? I'm not a kid. I have a name. Gascon. Prince Gascon to you. Be sure to address me properly if we ever meet again. Come now, Marsakan. Marskasen.
Alright. Man, why can't you say my name correctly?
Who the blinking heck does he think he is? He's got me proper wound up, he is.
So, the two princes are called Gascon and Marcassen. There's something about Prince Gascon. Huh? What is it? I feel like I've met him before. I guess it's just my imagination, though.
Oh, definitely. Don't worry about it. It's your imagination, all right.
I guess so, huh?
Now, stop wasting the time with harebrained theories. We need to get moving. It's him, but in the past. Ha 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 ha! I admire your spirit. Not every child would be so readily refuse an emperor.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but there's something we have to do.
Indeed, and yet your magical abilities really are outstanding. I realize now I should have never doubted you. You understand that I am reluctant to let such a talent slip away. Are you sure I can't persuade you to be Markassen's magic teacher? It's as stubborn as I remember. Oh, what did you say?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but we really do have to go back to our own time. It's just, we don't know how.
You wish to go back to your own time? To the future? Well, breach time would be ideal, of course.
Breach time?
A legendary spell. One that allows the caster to take a leap through time. Alas, it has been long sealed away on the account of its power.
Gee, that sounds like what we need. I wonder if there's a way we could get this breach time spell.
Hey, I heard about your new rule. Why can't I go with Marcassen and help him practice his magic? Really, Gascon, we know you haven't had a single magical ball in your body. Marcassen is to become a sage. He will learn nothing from the likes of you. That's not true. I'll teach Marcassen magic. I'll help him become a real sage. You'll see. He does not need your help. Your time would be better spent thinking of another role for yourself within the Empire.
What kind of role are you getting at, old man?
Would you have me spoon feed you everything to you? You must find your own answers to such questions. That is the Hamelin way. Fine, come on, Marcassen. Let's go and practice some magic.
But Dad just said you're not good at magic.
Shut up, Mark. Smack. Oh, that's how I imagine it to be. Sorry you had to witness that.
You were talking about the breach time, Your Majesty.
Yes, now, in return for rescuing my sons, I shall relate you a piece of Hamelin lore. It states that the spell required to travel through time is hidden in the Tombstone Trial, along with a wand required to cast it.
Tombstone Trial? I don't like the style of that.
The Tombstone Trial winds its way through the desolate valley of the northwest of here. In its end stands an ancient altar, dating from the age of the sages. That is where you'll find the legendary wand, Mornstar.
Mornstar?
Mornstar.
Mornstar.
Prove yourself worthy of wielding that wand, and you'll surely be deemed ready to cast Breach Time. Be aware, however, you can only cast Breach Time once in your lifetime. If you go back to the future, you will not be able to return to this time. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Majesty. We understand. We're going to get Mornstar and travel back to our own time.
Your enthusiasm is admirable. Yet, beware. The Tombstone Trail is home to countless evil spirits. Take this spell and use it to keep the fiends at bay.
Arrow of Light. What are we, Zelda? We sure will. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Anyway.
Ba 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 ba.
At least we learned a new spell now. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Is it this way? Yes, right? Yeah. Okay. I like how they're like, we'll teach you a new spell. You can only use it once, though. Again, I'm guessing, like, it's kind of obvious who Gascon turns into in the future. But, like... What? He turned into a bigger... Like, it's kind of like the whole, like, Like, I wonder what happened, but I guess, like, it's in this time mode, and, I'm guessing Swain has to face his past. Because, wait, Munii, why do you say Swain has to face his past? Oh, no reason. These went a lot smoother. I have to watch the HP very carefully, because I do find I don't pay attention to HP that much. There we go. But I do think that we're at a level where, like, it's not a huge issue at the moment, so that's good. Ba 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 ba. I think once I get to the dungeon, though, that might be where I end off the stream, because we did start off quite early. And then tomorrow will be more focused on getting through the story. I know that, like, I spent most of this stream just focusing on grinding and, like, kind of like fulfilling some quests. So I do appreciate everyone hanging out with me while I was doing that for most of the stream. Because I know that's, like, I think for some people, I'm not sure how fun that is to really, like, get to see me, like, talk about whatever's on my mind. But I found it enjoyable, at least. A sturdy bone. It just say shit, queen. Shit. queen. Did that satisfy you, Saya? Sharding queens. Hell yeah. What if I send this guy out? Meow meow motherfucker! I will say it did help when I did level grind. Instead of just like running my way through aggressively. I didn't try this one yet. Hey, that one's much better with the bones. The bone monsters. Why don't I have any star or moon one? Well, I do have plenty of moon ones, actually. I shouldn't say that. Bum, 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 bum. I need more of the star ones, because I have so many star, star monsters that need to metamorphosize size. The Tombstone Trail. Wriggling Road of Ruin. Here we are, the Tombstone Trail. Hey! Huh? Heading to the valley, are you? Well, we're coming with you. What? You're not serious?
Flippin' heck, man! They might be able to follow us all the way here! The cheeky little beggars!
You got a gun, haven't you? Well, I'm building my own special gun. Looks like we've got some things in common. Here, look and learn. You received a new alchemy formula. Go to the culture to try it out. Dear me. Were you always this cocky?
But we can't very well go leaving you to get lost in a place like this now, can we? If anything happened, the Emperor would go flippin' spares.
You don't honestly think my father would lose a moment's sleep if I disappeared, do you? He doesn't give a damn about me. All he cares about is Marcuson.
I guess I can't. That's not...
Come on, let's go. I'll go with you if I have to.
Why is he giving us orders all of a sudden?
Wow. I'm struggling to believe it myself. What were you thinking?
Sorry, what was that, Swain?
Nothing. Come on, let's go. They're now traveling with us. Not like they'll help us in any way. Not like they have familiars. Okay. Let's save over here. Actually, I want to check some of my familiars. What? Star. Sun, moon. Moon, sun, sun. I do appreciate that these ones are level 10 at least. I really haven't been recruiting that much, have I? Hey, tree familiar. There we go. Sort them out. This has double moon. Well, I guess like it's already an evolved monster. Wait. What elements are these? Star, star. Let's go retrieve. Because we're trying to avoid the star monsters, because they don't really do much with them. I could do something with the moon monsters, though. Let's try that. And then we go to here. We could give her this one, because it's not like this, we can evolve him. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's try that, but he's gonna be very useless for a while, I do believe. Yes. Let me just close the game. As we go over here. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Yeah, but thank you everyone for hanging out with us as we do stuff. I'm sorry I didn't see any of the notifications everyone was sending. Like all the follow notifications, the stretch and the hydrates. I can't hear anything. Because we're pretty minimal over here. But thank you, Juice, for doing that. But we got pretty far in No Kuni, didn't we? How like we well, not pretty far in the sense of where we would like to be. We probably could have gone there earlier had I actually properly grinded out the game. But we did actually progress at least a bit in the story, because that was one of the major things I think I was worried about for the game, is like, would we actually be progressing? And we did actually get there eventually. So unfortunately, this also means that because of what time it is coming down to, we need to start heading off, because we're still getting used to this new schedule of mine. I know that, like, I think back in Mapleland, I would still be on for another 2 hours, maybe. Well, I would be on till like we're not like until like, well, everything is like being shift down by like, or shift up rather, by like 2 hours, I want to say. So it feels weird to end now, especially because, like, historically I've been streaming a lot later. But the good thing about me lately is that I'm waking up at what would be considered a more reasonable time over here. So I guess like the time zone has not hit me too badly as it has in the past, because I remember like back in a while, I had a really hard time just I had a really hard time just getting up at a reasonable time when I last time I visited. But this time, not so much. This time I'm actually waking up on time. So I do think we might be keeping the schedule for future for the month at least. And then when so I do think that for the rest of the month we will be doing the schedule, and then when I head back to Maple Land, I will be reverting back to my usual 10 a.m. PAST time. We'll also be joined by Coffee. Coffee's not here with me, unfortunately, mostly because Coffee is all the way in Maple Land, being taken care of still by my family. Unfortunately, right as I was about to leave to go take or to go visit everybody in the States, he got an ear infection, of course, right? But I'm very lucky to have a family who is willing to take care of him. But anyways, thank you everyone for dropping by today, and I do think that the streams are going to get a lot more smoother. Hopefully my cold also goes, my flu goes away, rather, I should say. But anyways, we're going to raid over to Watanini, mostly because she is going to be starting her stream very soon. But I want to say thank you everyone. I hope everyone has a good day, good morning, or a good afternoon, and I will see you on the next stream. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. And bye-bye, everybody. I have no end screen. Bye-bye.